All right, kids. It's Mark Miller here. Today we're going to do some fun stuff in the code. You ready, Ray?
Woo! Fun stuff. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to write code, man. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Yes, Fred, we are.
No? I think we should.
Fred, come on, man. Yeah, we're going to do it. Don't worry. All right, so anyway, let's do that. Let's get into that code. That's TaleSpire over there.
So it is.
We've been we made some progress yesterday after you left.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly where we were. This should be maybe one of your new duties, Rory, which is to remember where we were when you left.
The context changes I go through in my life across the course of a day. Isn't
it funny? Yeah, I bet.
Let's see. We were doing some kind of targeting, and then we had a square shape for the various things that we were dealing with. Timing of serial items coming in and not interrupting one another.
Yeah, I think we got maybe all that done when you were gone, but I'm not sure. So here it is right now. So if I can go in here and I can hit the cast spell button. I wanted to be able to work it from two different buttons. Either I could target the point, and then now it's there. And we can now discuss it if we wanted to, and if we want to move it again, we just hit the spell effect again, entangle, and we choose target point again, that sort of thing. So that's how we can drop in that location. It's coming back as soon as I cast the spell.
That's I think the point you didn't have when I was leaving. You weren't able to drop this particular thing where it is and then move around afterwards. That's where I left you.
So yeah, that's right. That's where we were. And so we figured that out. Whatever, I don't remember what that was exactly. I think part of the problem, Rory, was actually working, but it was dropping it under the floor, and we couldn't see it.
Fair enough.
At one point, I zoomed in like this, and I saw the faintest little hint of green in a square, and I was like, I think I know what's happening, and we just lifted it up. Is what we did.
Nice.
Yeah, in fact, the code for that is actually kind of interesting. It's of note. Let's switch back over to the code here, see if we can find that. Start targeting. Let's see, where are we? Where did we put it? Tell you how I think I can find it. Well, let's do this. I think it's the targeting. Here it is. It's right here. We have this method.
And we have this building, and we have this gorilla.
That's okay. I'll just look at the code that goes by. That's one of the lines I want to show.
No, that's it. Okay.
That's another one.
That's the other one. Okay.
I don't know that one.
Wow, that's going past pretty quick. That's some gorilla.
That was like an abstract class. He's going to beat out the code, can he? All right, so it's here. So this save Y. So what's going on here is, let me drop a marker. I'll come right back to this. Let me instead search for, I think it's 0.1. Yeah, I can remember numbers like crazy. I know the number where the constant, the constant I can search for.
Yep.
Just get that out of the way. I really am that fast too. I amaze my colleagues. Excellent. Yeah, the cool thing is you get all those keys just by, thumping the chest. So here's the deal. Adding the target square, we have an offset in the local position. Normally you throw it at 0, 0, 0, but this one I throw at 0, and then I move it up a little bit. Okay. Okay.
So in our context here, the Y is kind of up.
Yeah. And so here in Move Targeting to Prefab world, we save the middle Y, and we use the X and the Z as is. And then we take that saved middle and we add it to whatever the Y position is that we're putting this at. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So we're just getting that offset. I suppose we could do it for all of them, but we'll see. Maybe that does make sense. But at any rate, that's the note right there.
Yes.
Okay?
Good.
Once this is down, then we can go hit the cast spell button. And before I do that, actually, let's switch back over here. Let's bring up the spells in the spreadsheet. Work our way down to entangle. Maybe a better way to show this is over here. It's even maybe a little faster. Click on code, get to entangle, get to on cast. So here's what's happening on cast right here.
Yep.
We're going to play the effect called Green Blast at the last target position. Then we're going to play the effect called R4 Plant Growth 2020 at the last target position. And we're going to do that half a second after this blast comes up.
Yeah.
You can even maybe change it to a 7.5, so it's 3/4 of a second. Okay? Looks like we're good to go. I'm going to hit the button to cast the spell. And I'm going to switch over to TaleSpire so you can see it. And here we go. Boom. Failure! The failure comes back because we're trying to run a strength saving throw, and there's nobody there to run it on.
Yeah.
It's a little minor bug issue I need to go after. I don't think I'm going to do it right now, but that's kind of where we left off. You just make a note of that for after the show. You follow up and put that in my other notes. Basically, entangle with no targets.
It presumes a human target, essentially, doesn't it?
Creature target.
Creature target, yes, that could conceptually save against it, but you're targeting a piece of floor, which clearly has no capacity to roll dice in its own defense.
Yeah, so there's Rory defending. The cool thing about all of this is the other one is on Dispel. If we switch over to it and get the timing right on this, we're going to call Green Flame out and then clear the spell. Switch back over. There's the Dispel. There's the Flame out. And the flame out, it suddenly went away, but I really wanted to shrink down in. I'll add it later. I wanted to shrink down. I wanted to shrink. I was thinking about it starting out with that, but I think I'm going to go with the projectiles. Hector's out there. Hey, Hector. Copperbeardy's there. Unless the floor curves like a bowl, then the dice will roll.
We very much do.
Plants so that our food has something to eat, right? What?
It's true.
It's true. Let's see how my lights are. They giant? Yeah, they're really bright. Bright right now. I got to turn those on before I start this up to make this work. Okay, so we've got...
So you said projectiles. Is that the projectile of I wish to cast something and you see something emit from my hands towards the target, and when it gets there, then we kick off the stuff we've already seen?
That's exactly what I want to do. So I want something... So here we have last target position. Here we have last target position. There's another one I added just before the show. I thought of a clever way to do this with the smallest amount of code possible, which is whenever I have those moments, I think, oh, it was totally worth it stopping and work on this and then waiting for, another day before I could go do it. Because I got to think about it. At collision right here, this guy is what I added.
Okay.
As an effect location. So notice this is kind of both a location in time and space. But what it can allow me to do now is come over here and say at collision instead. There. And similarly here. Okay?
So this is kind of like setting up an event handler that says when my mouse gets clicked. Only this is when the collision occurs.
Right. And this is when the collision occurs plus 0.75 seconds.
Cool. Yep.
And at that collision space. So we don't have to set the target anymore. What's cool about this is I don't need to change anything in the top level app, right? It's just going to send that enum down. I do need to change things down below. Okay, but we knew we needed to do that anyway. Then I want to come in here and I want to say something like this, like launch projectile. Maybe the launch projectile at target. Okay, so if I do launch projectile, there's and I'm in an on-cast event handler, which I'm in. There's an inferred source, which is the spellcaster, and an inferred target, which could be multiple targets. So launch projectile is going to be for each target.
Okay.
And here's what I think. I think there's going to be a number. That's the number of projectiles to launch. I think there's going to be a time between those.
So if I've targeted 3 creatures, okay, we're going to throw 3 projectiles. one in each direction, but you want a distribution of time. You don't want to fire them all at the same time.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's kind of what I'm saying. So I want to do something like this, like seconds between. This is like my seconds between launches. This is kind of a rough thing. I think it'll randomize it. So, but that kind of gives me a sense of what's going on there. Now, if I targeted 3 creatures and I had a 3 here, each of those 3 would get 3 projectiles, I think.
Okay.
Something like that. Or maybe I have like a total that I send out. So total, and then yeah, I'm kind of thinking that there's a that I use one of 2 numbers, either a total amount or per target. And maybe there's a setting here. Maybe there's something like this that looks like this: per target, comma 3. So each target gets 3 at 2, or maybe it is all together. Hold on a second. Cody Gorilla says, Entangle doesn't work that way. You target an area, not a set of creatures. I know. I'm working on, even though I'm in Entangle, I'm talking about what the UI is going to be for.
But the point on the floor that you target for Entangle is still a single target with a single location. So you will still be able to throw a projectile at it.
Yeah. Yeah, at its target location. So I think there's something that describes, yeah. When this works, we don't change the targeting at all. We don't add the target discs. By the way, we had a sample game or practice game last night.
Yep.
Those target discs are really good. Everybody's like, oh, I immediately know what they are. They move with the player. It's like a very cool thing. Okay, so all right. So at the very least, I'm going to have my projectile name. I'm just going to work on the client code here. What's it going to look like? So I'll have my projectile name like there, and then some other data here. Maybe this is going to be. Got per target, maybe I say 2 volume. Could be another option, like that. Per target. Yeah, so I think I've got an enum, and then maybe 2 numbers. And we should take a commercial break. And when I say commercial break, I'm not actually going to show you commercial. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you where we're going in the future. I guess I'll bring up the Entangle spell.
Coming soon on Code Rushed.
Yeah, so this is just so you know where I'm headed here.
Okay.
Switching back over to TaleSpire for a second here. Hit the button, TaleSpire button. Seems not responsive. What's going on? Are you responsive? We must have switched. Yeah, that's what happened. We switched. Okay. Over here in TaleSpire land, let's bring up the effects editor. Okay, I'm going to bring up a known effect called gaseous form. Here's gaseous form. Positioning is a little off. This should be lined up with that. But aside from the fact that the positioning is off, I have multiple effects inside of here. Okay? Yeah. I have the gas right there. I've got some distortion, and I've got these decal waves, this part right here. Take a look at these.
Yeah.
Okay? Decal waves are kind of blue, and the gas is kind of blue. Mm-hmm. Right? But what I want to do is I want to change both of those easily. Okay? Well, I could go create known effects for each known color, but what I really want to do is conceptually is something called parameters. I just realized something. I'm showing you the wrong one. Let me show you this one instead, so you can actually see what I'm looking. I was only sending over the window. I just wanted to show this piece right here. So, move this over here. All right, so I've got the decal waves and I've got the gas. Each one of these has different ways to change its color. What I want to do is inside of here, when I'm setting this up and creating this, let's go to the material, and I find the color I want to change, tint color right there, see that? I want to be able to right click this and choose add parameter, and then select from existing parameters of the same type, i.e. color, in this case, or create a new one. I then give it its name.
It's kind of a set from existing, I don't know, other usage?
Kind of. It's going to, basically it says this property. So what I want to do is I want to right click it and call add parameter. And I'm going to give it a name, and whatever value I assign to that name when I'm building this will be replaced everywhere that parameter is used. So,
oh, I see.
So I can now call it, I'm going to add a parameter, I'll call it color. And then I'll bind this to it. And then I'll go out to to this guy over here, and I'll say, okay, what am I doing down here? Oh, it's the same thing, cool, the exact same color. I'll right click this, say add parameter, and I'll pick the existing one called color. And now what'll happen is when I pass in color, it'll build this, and then, but as it builds it, it'll check to see, hey, is this property one that's a variable? Or that's a parameter?
Yeah, so you're doing kind of extract to constructor parameter, almost.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what it is conceptually. I'm kind of creating a constructor-based parameter. Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
And that's great because you've got kind of a theme going on at that point. So if you're making a player who has a color, you naturally want to theme it. So you've got part of the base will be like that. If there's an aura around him, that'll have the same color or a variation thereof. So you don't need to build this time and time and time again for each new player. You just feed in the color and he is themed using that kind of accent, if you like.
Exactly. Perfect. So that's where we're going. Now, here's what's cool about it. I'm not sure what this is. I think I was writing a note here. So we're going to call this prefab variables, no parameters. Like constructor parameters is what they are. Now, here's what's really cool. They'll be named. They'll have a type determined at in the effects editor. Right, it's just whatever the type of the property is.
Yeah.
They'll have a property path, e.g. my script, or my component may be better. So my component dot prop 1 dot prop 2, whatever, like that. That'll be the property path. They'll have a default value, also determined by the this time by the value in the effects editor. There's another piece. What is it? Okay, I think the other piece is parameter syntax. This is where it gets cool, and it's going to look like this: var name equals value, semicolon. So what that means, I could say, in the example we just talked about, I can say color equals, whatever, like that. Okay? I could do a semicolon, get my other variable, radius equals 5. Okay?
Yeah.
See that? That is what I need for my parameters, my parameter string. That as a string is what I intend to pass in as the third parameter, or as the last parameter, to launch projectile, play effect, these guys. In other words, I intend to add one more parameter to these that allows me to specify how I'm going to configure the effect. So I only have to have one effect in, but I can do, you know, an infinite number of variations of that one effect. What that also means is, because we're using the expression evaluator here, is I could pass in player color in here as an evaluated expression, because I could use an interpolated string inside my expression evaluator. So that's the future. That's where we're headed. Got it?
It's looking bright and colorful.
It's going to be super cool, I think. That's what my hope is. So we're combining, and just to be very clear, like, I could come in and create these individual effects, right? There's, you know, as with everything, right, there's like 100,000 ways to do this. But one of the ways is I could create known effects for every single thing I want to create. But I really don't want to. I want gases.
But that would take a lot of time.
Well, and also, if I get a new player, then I've got to now create new effects for the player.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to have the general effect and then configure it. And so we've got JSON for the whole big deal, where I say, here's how I'm going to reconfigure this, okay? And we have this other thing, these parameter concept that we're going to add, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
That's where we're headed. Okay, so back over here, let's talk today about launch projectile. What we need to make that work. I'll copy that to the clipboard right there, cut it actually, and we'll come over here and paste it. Look at that. Interesting. Its syntax highlighted that for me based on a dark background theme. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking along these lines right here. So we've got a name, we've got a some sort of projectile kind, maybe, which can consist of like to volume, distribute among all targets. You know, it could be an option. Each target could be an option. Actually, I probably have the comments here. Each target, that sort of thing. That third parameter there is maybe number of projectiles, and its interpretation can depends upon projectile kind right here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because if we say distribute among targets, I might say 20, and we're going to say 20 across 5 targets or something like that. The other cool thing about this is I can replace this with ammo count or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Right here, and it'll just shoot whatever I've got left. So that's all cool. Then I think the third parameter is the maybe average time between launches, like that.
Okay, so they're not all immediately firing. It's like you say, a distribution, a slightly more organic feel.
Yeah, and then I might also want to do something like one more enum, which is fire collision event on, and then we have a couple options here, like on first impact or last impact. No, this is a really bad time. Back that thing up. Get that thing
fire collision on pudding.
Pudding's awaiting. He's in an async call over there. He's awaiting the dump. The dump has occurred. First impact, last impact, maybe middle impact. I don't know. I'm imagining what I might need. I don't know.
Is it each impact potentially? So if you're firing multiple things?
Yes, it is. I do need this now. I think you're right. That's an option.
I have a question then, because I compared this earlier to sort of adding a handler for the collision event, which is great, but if you say there are 5 projectiles, because there are 5 targets, and we go with the simple case of you're going to attack all of them simultaneously, each impact is going to have to cause the series of events that is waiting for on impact.
Yep.
When do we disconnect the handler?
I think we disconnect the handler when. Well, first of all, I don't think it's going to be a handler. It's going to do this.
Okay.
I don't think it's an event handler. So when all the projectiles are gone, says pudding. Yeah, I think that we can work on something along those lines. I think there's a couple of ways to do it. Another way is when the spell expires. When the spell is dispelled, we can do that. That sort of thing. We could also do a cleanup after the on cast. You know, depending on what.
As long as we track the things that we've created, we can get rid of them afterwards. That's true.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm thinking now. Yeah, so there could be another event along the ways that we say, okay, clear it. We are tracking everything. Everything's got a spell ID associated with it. So that's the good that goes down. So, you know, I don't have any worries about tracking and cleaning up. I'm sure we'll be able to solve that problem.
That's cool.
When we get it.
We got options, yeah.
Pudding says, projectiles destroy themselves after doing their stuff, report to a manager, and that ends the event. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Basically, the way the projectile, in my opinion, is this. It's an effect that's moving through space. It's essentially a game object that's brought to a location. When it arrives at the location, then we say, then we can trigger the event. Okay, we can trigger the collision. And so I really actually like this fire collision event on first impact, last impact, or each impact. I really do like this a lot. This gives a lot of flexibility in terms of wiring up the events. And allows us to have individual explosions for each piece that's hit. If this is a randomness in time, there may be a question. So right here, average time between launches, right? We might have another one, basically average space between impacts. So what we can do is if we only have one target, we could still have it look more natural where they're kind of peppering all around.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I think I'm going to do it, even though I hate adding more parameters because it makes it harder to write the code. Average space between, average distance.
It's this average space variance, or?
Yeah, average. Yeah, maybe not average. Yeah. Target variance, maybe?
It's interesting because let's imagine that your actual target is obviously a 3-dimensional sort of Cartesian location, so it's got an X, Y, and Z. That variance is going to have to play probably in all 3 of those to some extent.
Yeah, I think that's true. Well, it depends on I think you'd also argue it depends on the shape. If the shape is a 2-dimensional shape, then we could say it only plays in 2 of those dimensions.
That's fair, yeah.
Okay, it doesn't play in the Y dimension. So for circles and squares, those are target spaces that the target variance would only play in those spaces. So I kind of like that. I think this comes before here. I think this, in terms of parameter order, I think we're going to do this one, yeah, so we'll go like this. The name, go ahead, what do you want to say?
I'm just trying to imagine the different combinations. My question was going to be, I understand that we fire, let's say five projectiles at 5 targets, so that's 1 apiece. That feels like a good use of each impact because you want those effects to play at each of the destinations.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I was sort of trying to work out, well, where is first and last going to be? But actually, that's for a slightly different circumstance. That's where you're going to fire 5 projectiles at maybe a single target, but you don't want the effects playing on every single landing. So does it play at the start or when the conclusion of the 5?
Yeah.
That's why first and last. So I think I've answered my own question, really.
Yeah.
That's good.
So good, yeah. So I think it's good. I think I'm, in terms of enum ordering, I'm going to put that at the end right there because it just feels I like first at the beginning and last at the end.
Yeah.
I want to audit this and make sure it's useful here. volume distributed among targets. Each target. Yeah, that's important too. Okay, that's what we need to send down. That's our code. I have it running. I think I'm going to stop it, the app running. We don't have to write a lot of code. I'm going to kill it, but I'm going to start it up separately so we can still kind of use it and interact with it if we need to while we're developing. So I'm starting it up right now. I think we need a projectile manager. Do we? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think we're gonna be okay. We do need to create a launch projectile. We definitely need that. Let's start with that. So that's gonna be a that's gonna go down in the floor. Okay, down in the core under expressions, functions. Yeah, it was looking really good last night. We were in battle in our practice game, and and yeah, having that target there is awesome. I'm also related to that and talking about the future. I'm also going to do something where when it stops being my turn, I'm going to see who's targeted, and I'm going to remember that. So the next time it's my turn, I'll restore those targets again.
Okay, yeah.
So, because we're trying to push as few buttons as possible. Is what we're trying to do while we're doing this. Okay, so here's my functions. I've already got one that was, I think, called spell, but I've also got attach effect. That one was pretty big, and this one's going to be kind of big like it. So let's take that, duplicate it, and we're going to call this one launch projectile. Launch projectile will do the same thing. We're going to assume we're going to need an event handler on it there as well. We're going to, we've got an effect name. That's going first. Seconds delay is not going to happen, I think. I did not spec out a seconds delay here. And I don't think I need it.
Okay.
I think anytime I'm casting a spell, anytime I'm casting a spell, when I hit that cast button, I want to start launching, right? Or when I get the dice, I don't think there's a need for a delay, so there's no seconds delay here. But I do have numbers of projectile that's going to be an int. Projectile count, like that. Number of projectiles. To launch. Okay. What else do we need? We need this projectile kind. Let's do actually one thing first. Before I do anything else, I'm going to register this so I don't forget. Oh wait, I don't need to. This is the one I don't need to remember to do. Okay, move type to file. Okay, so the next piece is the enum. And its projectile kind. To volume. Distribute among all targets. I think the paste, I've lost the enum because there was an enter in what I pasted, I think. I lost the enum template. And then each target was the last one. Okay, so that's projectile kind. Put that to the clipboard. I like to keep all my enums in one place. Projectile kind, move type to file. If I want IntelliSense on that, I need to register it. Where's my registration? Wow, a lot of references to that enum.
Ooh.
There it is right there. There's projectile kind. While we're here, let's get the other enum. Fire collision event on. Okay. Jump back over to projectile kind. first impact. Each impact. And
last impact.
Yeah, why? Hold on. It's going from impact to element for some bizarre reason. All right, let's go report this. All right, I'm using duplicate line here. It's converting impact to element. Or no, it's not converting at all, actually. Oh, am I not using duplicate line? Maybe I'm just hitting enter on it. My bad. All right, it's not an issue. All right, last impact. Okay. All right, no worries. Pretend I wasn't even here. Okay, we've got that one, fire collision event on. Back over to launch projectile function. So this one, wait, what's the second one? It's projectile kind. Like that. And this one is going to be that guy right there. When to fire the collision events. Like that. One of first impact. Each impact. That was kind of interesting. Is that an issue I should report? And here, shift enter. I think two features are working at once here. I think Visual Studio's got a shift enter binding. It's happening when I select this and hit shift enter. I think. Let's report that one. So one more time. Okay, devs, take a look at this. I'm in a string on a line of code. I'm here and I hit shift enter. And it duplicates it like I want, but it puts it on the next line, which I don't want. That's the deal. Shift enter. Okay. Put that out there. Okay, that's reported. Last impact. Okay.
Just so you're aware, Mark, we've not altered the name or description of the previous parameter there. It's projectile kind, but it's knowing it thinks itself as projectile count.
Good. And this goes later anyway. The kind of projectile to launch. And why am I doing this? All this work because this gives us IntelliSense.
Yeah.
When we're writing this code. I watched Invincible last night.
Don't believe I've seen that.
It is. It actually was pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a it's a cartoon on Amazon, and I was pretty impressed with it. All right, so projectile kind is the second parameter. Number of projectiles is the third parameter. It's projectile count right here. Okay. Fire collision event on is the third. Wait, fourth.
Yep.
Okay, that's number 4. Then After that, all of these are required. I think we might change some to be not required. After that, we have average time between launches, so we'll make this float. Oops, we got some linkage here. I don't really want that. Okay. Float. Call this the launch time variance. And the other one is, what do we call it? Target variance.
Was it a spatial variance or target? I'm not sure.
So these actually, we could argue that these are maybe both optional, I suppose.
Yeah. Variance can default to 0.
Yeah,
yep.
It defaults to 0. The problem is, well, we'd have to specify them if we want to. So the question is, what are we going to do more of and what are we going to do less of? Because we still have that other parameter, which is a type string. That's going to be our parameters.
Yeah.
Right, that we talked about. The parameters to the effect. The question here is, what are we going to do more of? Are we going to play more in this space or this? I think I'm going to be okay. I'm not going to worry about it too much. In other words, if I don't want to specify these two, I'll just throw in zeros for both of them before I call
yeah, zeros are quicker to throw in than dual sets of quotations.
That is a great, excellent point. I love it. Okay, so that's what it's going to look like. That's the data we're going to kind of get in here, is what we're going to do. The spell effect event R's. I think I need a new event R for this, because I've got more data here than we'd otherwise be sending down. There's some stuff that's similar. I'm going to move it up into an ancestor class. Like that. And I guess I got to move them up here too. Base, and what are we moving up? No to you. Effect location. Tell me, what is this again? Not going up. Lifetime. Shoot, there's something I forgot.
Yeah.
Rays are when I shoot a beam out in a particular from me to another character.
Yeah.
There, I'm going to need a launch ray or something like that. Launch, maybe not launch ray, but play ray effect.
So, what kind? I'm not sure I'm familiar with. I mean, a ray. You mean like a laser? That seems not quite in keeping with the medieval stylings of what you're doing, or have I missed it somewhere?
There are effects that do that, like you shoot out a beam of light or something along those lines.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to fall under launch projectile.
No, because it's sort of continuous stream at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of this doesn't apply to it. Yeah.
So there's no quantity. There could be an impact event, I guess, sort of immediate if there is one.
Actually, we could make this work.
You can make it a projectile kind.
Well, you could make it a projectile that works in a way similar to the guy from X-Men that has the
Cyclops.
Cyclops, exactly. Thank you. That's what you could do. So in other words, it goes from target to target. It's like, you know, it's like this kind of a thing. You could use this, and all you would need to make the ray work is check the effect to see if it has a component attached, like a ray script component.
Okay.
Like that. And if it does, then we work with that ray script component, which will maybe have properties or methods or something like that. Okay?
Yeah.
Also, future. I've wanted to do this. I haven't done it just because of time, but basically future ability to add scripts. Any script, add any known script to any game object in the effects editor. So what that means is I can come over here and I can right click this guy and say, there it is, add script, but nothing happens now.
Right.
Make sense? Really, really cool, right? In other words, we can grab somebody else's effect, add one of our custom scripts to it, and and then it'll show up here because it's just a component, right? See where I'm getting at this? It's really cool, and then we can add the parameters to it, whatever we need to do, that sort of thing. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're going. That's future. Okay. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm quite impressed with the level of diversion from sort of... Oh, yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. So we start talking about one thing and you say, oh, I've got this idea over here. But it's not just a random idea. It does loop back, right?
Yeah.
It all feeds back into the main thing. So it's not the traditional squirreling. It's a semi-pro squirreling.
There you go. Yeah, no, it is... The whole thing is designed to be beautiful. It is designed to write with the smallest amount of code to basically convey 1,000 different effects. Watch Code Rush, and you too can learn to squirrel like a professional. Okay, that's what Fred says. Fred, I feel like you're being a little, you know, sarcastic, my friend. Okay, never mind.
Whoa!
Just kidding.
Sorry, Fred.
Just kidding. Never mind. All right. So that's what we're looking at. Roll. Let's roll that dice. I'm hitting the roll dice, but nothing's happening. Why would he not be rolling with back right now? Okay. All right.
11 plus 9. It's a hit
Data
with
get through
11
so,
slashing.
you know, effect name comes up. So effect name comes up. That means this comes up to the constructor. And that means this goes here. Can I do a, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if I could do a pull member up and it did this as well? Wouldn't that be the sweetest thing?
Oh, the movement of the initialization.
Yeah, it takes...
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm just like, do I want to overwhelm the devs right now? They're already like, they've got a backlog of things they're doing for me. I'm kind of like thinking I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, let's let them finish what they're working on, and I'll talk about this a later time. I'll give you a chance to think about it too. What I want to do. All right, no one effect location lifetime. This is a projectile projectile does not have a lifetime. It's determined by distance and speed. Speed is not something we talked about. Spell ID is definitely going up.
Half talk yesterday about this, but we established that we didn't need to know. What was it? I was concerned about the idea of having knowledge of when you arrive, but you solved it with the at collision, which made the speed irrelevant for that aspect.
Right, but I'm
What
thinking
we haven't done is talk about the actual speed where we visually see it. Is it very slow and meandering, or does it fire across really, really fast?
And I want to put the speed in here. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
The speed is probably the first one, you know, whatever that's going to be. So
is there any reason a projectile would alter its speed over the course of its journey?
Yes.
Would ease in any sense?
Yes. Well, it'll ease for sure no matter what. I'm going to add easing in no matter what. But we could also have an ease multiplier.
Okay.
Right, to get a sense of like how much, like, does it really start off slow and then, you know, come in. But I'm also kind of thinking about I'm going to add speed, but I'm not going to add the other pieces. But consider the possibility through this mechanism that we could actually modify it in a string like that.
Okay.
Like, right, so we just pass in a second string that says, you know, ease in factor or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, is equal to 4 or something like that. So we could individually make some changes. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So that's kind of where we're going to go. So we need speed in there. Let's go add speed. So speed is going to be I think right here. Maybe it's not going to be here. I'm going to move it down a little bit, I think. Projectile count, that one is really important. And I think all of this could be optional, including speed. So we've got 4, 5.
What's our default? Sorry, what's our speed going to be measured in? Are we sort of feet per second in this setting, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like, I didn't even think of it until you said it. Every speed of the projectile. Okay? So easing will be added. Like that. Okay? Cool.
Yep.
All right, good. So there's that. Next we have to go in and actually parse all that. So we'll write some code to get that in there. Let's do this. Expecting args, we have how many required parameters? Speed. Speed's not required. Is that optional? Well, the default speed, we'll figure out. That means this one. Fire collision event on. That's going to be optional as well. We'll have a default for that. All right. Let's take all of these.
So only 3 required.
3 required, up to 8.
Yep.
Okay. So we need variables for all of these guys. I realized I was really clever. I could do that.
That's nice.
And then I should be able to do a search and replace finding
Replace.
that and replace it.
Close paren, comma, space, quotes with a space.
Good. And then I should be able to find this.
Here's the regex to go from that all the way to the end. Is it a dollar symbol that signifies, or?
Yeah, I figured it would just be greedy in terms of its, when it gets and do that. Let's see, does that work? There's a problem?
It looked like it was working when there was only one thing in the selection, but...
I think the red around here may indicate that there's an error in this. Maybe it's the comma needs to be escaped? No? Oh, wait. I thought I had it selected. I lost it. Okay. Replace. There we go. Alright, so I just deselected it right there.
Okay.
Okay. So, alright, now we have our variables. Let's give them the default values we want.
Well, interestingly, the first three don't have defaults, do they? They're required. We will have values coming in.
Yeah, you're right. We don't really need to worry about that. Projectile count, we'll set it at 1. Speed, we'll set it at how many feet per second? Probably about 20 feet a second, I think.
Okay.
Fire collision event on. This one's going to be first impact. Each impact. Alright, and if that's the default there, launch time variance is equal to 0. Target variance is equal to 0. Parameters is equal to an empty string. Okay, next. Let's do it down here. Add block delimiters. The argument count is greater than 1. So args of 1 is going to be the second one, projectile kind. So we're going to say projectile kind is equal to expressions get projectile kind from args of, am I getting this right? It's the second one, yeah. 1 is the second one. Okay. Just want to double check that.
Yeah. It's a little tricky because the mental things is a bit shaky because you see args count greater than 1, but there's off by 1 because it is a count rather than an index. Yeah. So you feel like it should be different, but actually it winds up the same.
Yeah, okay, next I want, yesterday I had a problem. I had to report an issue where I wasn't able to do multi-select and make a super copy and paste. Let's see, is it working now? Copy, paste, not working. Okay, so something's broken in there. Okay, so this is my projectile kind. Next, I'm going with my projectile count. So if try parse args 2. Count. In fact, I don't even need an if statement. I'm just going to try it. And then I'm just going to keep going. If args count is greater than 3. What's coming after projectile count is speed. Cool. That's a float. So it looks similar.
Yep.
Speed. This would be so much easier if super mega copy actually worked. I'm a little bit upset about that. I hear a little like hello. All right, if args count is greater than, well, actually I don't need to ask this question. I can kind of simplify some of this, right? At least 3 args will get us to here and here.
So I was wondering about that. We have said that the first 3 are required, but actually you could say that only the first one's required because you want to know what you're throwing and have a default for both the count and the speed, simplifying your life in some situations.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I agree. Let's do it. So projectile count is going to be 1 by default, and we just need an effect name.
Hmm.
What if we encoded the parameters in the effect name?
Oh, okay.
What if we did this?
Yeah.
We said something like the effect name was going to be, so it'll be like, you know, green flame or whatever it is, green flame, like this, and then we did a quote, colon. And then after that, we just did like, you know, prop name equals, or param name equals, you know, whatever we wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, and then semicolons between them. Then all of a sudden we get to, okay, that's not bad. The only problem is we can't put any quotes in that. We can't use double quotes in it. But aside from that, I guess we could escape them. But that would be a way to do it.
Yeah.
I like that. And then that way we could only specify, that way we could just put it right with the effect name. Right? Or we could do it with parens or something like that, actually. We could do something.
I like the idea of combining them. The specifics on the syntax we can figure out, but yeah, having the two together is quite good.
So parameters we're getting rid of there. Okay, so effect name is going to go there because that can all be handled down below. We don't need to do anything special up above. We were in the middle, by the way. We didn't finish this. We kind of got squirreled out over here. We've got spell ID, and I need to do this. Put this up here, take spell ID, take ID right here, and put it up here, and include ID right here. Okay, so we've got spell ID, effect name, lifetime is not part of it. Effect location, second delay start is not going to be part of it. TaleSpire ID will be. So TaleSpire ID comes up. This line of code moves up here. TaleSpire ID becomes part of the parameter list. And then we're going to pass in TaleSpire ID right here. Okay. So base effect args, move type to file. Spell effect args is here. We're going to duplicate this and create projectile effect args. So there's a lot of groundwork which is required to make all of this work, right?
Yeah.
To keep everything decoupled. It's like, I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of this going on here. Okay, so we have a float, which is going to be speed, right? I think we have an int that's going to be an int that is going to be the projectile count.
Yes.
We have a couple other pieces. We should probably do this. Let me drop a marker here, and go to that guy. Projectile kind. No, sorry, wrong shortcut. Projectile kind, like that. Okay, that's fine. We have a launch time variance. We have a target variance. Target variance, launch time variance. got speed, I think. Projectile count we got. There's no seconds delay start. That's gone. And then we have effect name. All right, cool. We'll get rid of this. Seconds delay start. We're getting rid of that.
Yep. And the initialization there.
All right. So next we need to get a constructor. I think I'm going to just use the CodeRush template and say, give me all of them. Okay, and I think that's all I need, and then I need to get the base right. The base is going to take effect name ID. Did you get it right? CodeRush, did you get it right? Look at you, CodeRush.
Yeah.
Good CodeRush. I thought I was going to have to copy that. Wow. That's what I'm talking about, kids. How did you figure that out?
CodeRush is clever. It's made by very clever people.
CMJ Chris Jones is out there. Hey, how you doing, Chris Jones? Good to have you with us. Bro, you want to tell them what we're doing? Like, it feels like we're doing this.
Wow.
We're hiking.
We are. So, what are we doing? We are creating at a high level a set of facilities for assisting in the D&D show. So we're gonna have a live D&D show. We're gonna have all these peripheral pieces around to kind of ESPN the whole process. However, we've recently started using TaleSpire, which is a fantastic facility for visualizing the actual location, so the environment in which things are being played. What we're doing here is we're building mechanics to augment the pieces within. So we've got characters, we've got blocks, we've got effects. We're going to now be casting magic. Let's say we have our sorcerer and they wish to cast a fireball, probably, or something like that, at a destination. So now we're doing the projectile piece where the fireball travels from point A, the sorcerer, to point B, the target, all right? After which we've already got some pieces for creating kind of the explosion and the secondary effects having reached the destination. Okay, so what we're doing is we're currently formulating the arguments surrounding the nature of the projectile. How fast is it moving? What is it going to do on arrival? Will it fire? Are we actually targeting multiple projectiles at a whole host of targets that we've created a pathway to?
Yeah.
And so we're kind of getting all of our information in one place, and we're making a command and a set of classes around it that will allow us to provide that to the code that needs to operate against it.
That's what we're doing first. So it's like, you know, it's a lot of like, holy cow, I got to write stuff to hold data. We've got a couple things that are going on. We've got a low-level DLL that's got to talk to a high-level DLL. So we need some event args. We need to create classes that's going to hold that data, send it up. Then we're talking from that machine to another machine as well. So we're going to have to throw that same data over to another machine. So that's what's going on. We're low-level to high-level because we want to keep the low-level low. We don't want to have a lot of high-level UI-related stuff in that low-level DLL. So that DLL becomes, the more we keep it low-level, the higher the value it is, right? We have this awesome D&D rules engine that could be used anywhere, kind of is what we're doing. So that's kind of what's going on, you know. Well, I say awesome, maybe it's kind of neat. We'll call it neat. That'll be the word I'll use. Okay. So I think we got this right. Projectile event, effect event args. Looks like it's done. That's the data we need to send. We need to create an instance of that thing up in here, like that. We need to create a new something like this. Projectile effect event handler. That's going to take some projectile event effect event args. And we're going to pop that there, like that. Chris says, hey Mark, I just tried to whisper to you, but it wasn't sent. I think I'm safe. I don't think individuals here, but there's a certain community member, someone you normally raid. Would you be interested in signing a virtual card and getting involved? Yeah. Send me, you should be able to whisper me. I still do it, but let me do this. Let me do my email. I'll just do it that way. It's Mark M at the devexpress.com domain. How you doing, hon? You good?
Hey, Karen. Long time no see.
Long time no see. Good, and now you're all better? Hold on, let me do this. Let me bring this mic down a little bit. How's it going? Did it go up? I try to push it down like that. There we go. That
There
seems a
you
little bit better. Okay. Now I'm a pro.
I just came to look at your code.
Yeah. What do you think about it?
Well,
Mm.
where are the M&Ms? That's what we came for. M&Ms.
Oh, you're not gonna like what I did with them.
Did you throw them away, you son of a bitch?
No, but
Oh, sorry.
I threw them way up behind. If you pull down the plastic clear bin on the right,
No, don't do that.
if you pull the one on the right, some might have landed in there, but I threw them and they went right behind there. Because I wanted to get them away from, folks
Testing
like
your
you guys.
M&M cannon.
What did you say, Roy?
Said you were testing your M&M cannon.
Yeah, I was testing
How
my
can I
M&M
get them as far out of reach as possible? I know, I'll use a cannon.
I was testing my M&M cannon. Pudding says hi. He says Karen is into house.
I don't know how.
Hey, Pudding.
It's so annoying. Look out. See?
Okay, I'm in deep concentration. I'm in deep concentration. All right, this show is like, look, what's going on here? Can you help me, Fred? Fred, don't just point also. It's not helpful. Fred, when you just point, stop it. It's not. Please just help me. Oh my gosh. Fred says, let's do this. All right, so we've got, we need some different parameters up in here. ID, TaleSpire ID. Now, I suspect that at the high level, the receiving end will be able to unravel who the targets are. We don't need them here in the cast. Ooh, or maybe because we actually already kind of have them.
Okay.
I think I want to pass these in. I want to pass them in. So this one, we're going to change this to on launch projectile. It's just going to take. Okay. All right. Yeah, I've got about 100 different things, and it didn't rename it because it wasn't, the signatures didn't match, I guess. Something like that, I suppose. Okay, so you can clean this. I'm like jumping all over the place, Roy. You're gonna have to help me. You know, help me
Okay.
from get back to grounded on this. We focus and get all this done. This I got to fix this so it works. I'm gonna hide this for now since we don't have the scroll on screen.
Sure.
We'll be able to see a little bit more of this.
So the point of this is to make an args object, but we're going to surely do the making of it based on the data that we're storing as the evaluate is executed. So in comes the data, we store it somewhere, and then on launch projectile we create an event args object which contains that data to send it further on. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm just going to simplify this a little bit and do this instead. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And then now what do we need? We need spell.id right here. We need player.TaleSpire ID. Whoops, thought I hit cut. Okay, right there. This probably we don't need at all.
Maybe scroll down just a little bit. That's behind Fred and yourself. There we go.
And then there's our launch projectile on there. Okay, so now we need the other pieces of this. Those are all local and available here, so we'll say we want speed, count, projectile count is what I think we called it.
Projectile kind.
Right there. Should be that guy. Launch time variance is right up there. And the target variance was the last one. Sweet. Okay, that wasn't too hard. Got all those. Now we got to parse them. So that's good. All of that is good. We need to parse them. I think at this point I don't need. Sorry, that's not bugging you guys too much. There we go. There we go. Now it's feeling like a nice fit. There. Pop that back out, and now we'll work over here.
Now, unfortunately, we removed some code on the basis that we had required variables, but we then decided to change two of them so that they were not required.
Right.
So we kind of have to put that code back.
Yep. Okay.
So I think it was the count and the speed. Was that right? That can't be right.
We'll get them.
Maybe it is.
Whatever it is, we'll get them. I'm just building the structure for it right here. Okay, there's the structure for it. Args 1 goes here. Args 2 goes here. There it is right there. And within 4. And now over here, Args 4 is, if you got all this right, is after speed, it's fire collision event.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks a lot like this line of code right here. And that's going to be 4. For the 5th parameter. Thanks, Mark. Email sent. Okay, great. Thanks so much, Chris. There. That's it right there. Then if it's greater than 5, we
Launch time variance, which is a float.
feeling like it needs to be scrolled up. No. It's going to be args of 4. Args of 5, rather. Launch time variance. Like that. And then finally, yeah, it would be so much easier if we make a copy and paste we're working. It's there. And this one is going to be target variance.
Yes.
Cool. Cool. I think that's it. Let's have it built.
We made a slight adjustment to what we were going to accept coming in the effect name. Do we need to parse that in any sense, or we're just going to keep it as a string and pass it down, yeah?
That's going to happen much later. We're really good at this point. I think this is all going to work. I'm not sure if I can rebuild it while it's running. I'm wondering maybe I might have a chance of rebuilding this guy, the core, because it's not copied to the other folder. That build succeeded. Okay, so that's good. Next we need to handle this event. So let's go to... Oh wait, there's one other thing. I was talking about passing in target. So this target is not quite the same as the new concept of targets we had. This is a target without the map. This is what we've been using in the past, but it does include a list of creatures that are targeted in it, which may make things easier on the receiving end when we're figuring out, okay, who are we going to send stuff to, right? Who are we going to send the projectiles to? So in that sense, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and add a new parameter. I'm going to pass in the target. There's the target there. I'm going to declare property with initializer on that. Good, and I think I'm done. So thanks, CodeRush, for helping me out there.
Can a target be a list of targets?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. It's not a list of targets, but it contains a list of creatures, is what it does. Now,
fair enough.
We're going to get it at the upper level. The upper layout level, we also have access to the target manager, which can communicate with TaleSpire and send stuff over. And we have access to a low-level class called targeting, which contains details about the target, which like, is it in an area, volume sphere, that sort of thing. So between this information, we've kind of got more than we need to be able to start making decisions, I think. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Okay, so now we need to hook the event. So I'm going to just double-click on this for a second. Or maybe I'll double-click, I'll copy that. I want to get to the other command, which I think was called attach effect. I want to go search for who's the place where this is listened to. And now it's in my spell manager. So now what I want to do is I want to come down here and get launch projectile, give me a plus equals over on that. And now here's where we get the data coming in to launch the projectile. Now all these others have extra code to basically, hey, if there's a delay, the delay's operating in the high level UI up here with timers. but we don't need to do that. We're just going to route it straight over into TaleSpire, I think is what we're going to do. So we will need to take that data and get it down to TaleSpire. So we're going to say TaleSpire client dot launch projectile. Now TaleSpire client is down below, so it does not know about any high-level objects. So we can send it effect name, no words, right? We can do that. We can do the count. We can do all of those other pieces. We can't do this. This has got to be a toString.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the order should match the order in which we.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Over here. So we got name, projectile, kind comes next.
And then speed.
Kind. And that's going to be a toString. And then speed is next.
Yep.
You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be going to here. Maybe what I should really be doing is going to here. Close. Here, because this is the truth right here. So we've got kind, we've got projectile count is next. So I'm using a feature in CodeRush called Alt-Shift-Home, which allows me to go back between two different markers. I'm hitting escape or trying to find the one I was. Here it is right here. So we've got EA dot. Do I have count in there? Is it just count? It's probably just count. There it is right there. Okay. And then after count, I've got speed. And after that, I have fire collision event on, which is there, toString. And after that, I have launch time variance, which I think was pretty much just called exactly that. And after that, I have target variance.
Yes.
And target variance. Okay. Now, next I need a list of targets.
Yep.
And I'm going to pass them down as a list of strings. Okay, we got some trouble. So the trouble goes like this. We're either going to be sending down GUIDs.
Yep.
Or we're going to be sending down a vector.
i.e. locations.
Yeah.
Because GUIDs are great for characters, but they're not great for just arbitrary points on the ground. Whereas vectors, every character presumably has a current location, point on the ground, vector, as do arbitrary points on the ground, or indeed in the sky.
Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in my targets either the list of GUIDs or the vector location. That's what I think I'm going to do. We're in high level space right now, which means we can do things like say, hey, what's going on over at targeting? What do you got? And we can say, because it's got a target point, right? And so like one of the things we could simply do, it's going to, I think we're going to have to encode both. We're going to have to go with GUIDs or vectors and basically just say, hey, if it's got a comma in it, it's a vector, and it will treat it like a vector. And if it doesn't, then it's a GUID. And if it's GUID, we'll go find it. The only question I'm not sure about is should the target point also include like a shape and dimensions. Okay, for example, with entangle, its shape is a square and its dimensions are 20 by 20.
Yeah.
Or it would be like, it might look like this, square 20. That's how we might do it. So I'm imagining a vector coming down possibly like this. See it? That's a future vector. We could put, I'm okay, we could parse that and handle that. But we kind of need to kind of say, you know, ask the question, hey, if targeting dot actual kind dot has flag, and it's some of what is called target kind dot, if it has volume, in that case, then it makes a lot of sense to pass something like this down.
Yeah.
So we would
Yeah, I
say
think you're right.
targets dot add. Oh my God, isn't this insane? Is anybody else thinking, oh my God, Mark, just give up? Is anybody thinking that? Is anybody out there like, what are you doing, man? It's just too much work.
If you could guarantee that the characters couldn't conceivably move in the gap, then you could translate them back into a vector, a point vector. But you can't. The other players are messing with those tokens the whole time, perhaps.
Yeah.
And there could be a significant delay, even if it's a second.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure that it fires and goes to where the GUID has moved to in the interim, rather than to where they were at the moment of doing it. So
Yep.
I think this is necessary.
Yep. I'm with you on it. Targeting.
Also, yes, this is insane.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm just checking on it.
You know.
Fred's got my back, right, Fred? All right, good. So targeting dot target point. We know we can use that. Now, do we have a get XYZ stir? Perfect. Okay, so that is going to add something that looks like this into the string, into the target list. Okay, next. We want to pass the targets down, and we want to also add the other existing targets. So EA.targets, EA.targets.target.creatures, and we've got player IDs as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do this, go through each creature, and we're going to say target dot add. What's going on there? Add, and we're going to say creature dot TaleSpire ID.
Yep.
Okay, not bad. Then we're going to go into target.player IDs. This one's a little trickier. We're going to need to come in and say I think I got a player manager I created. Player stat manager. I'm not sure that's going to work. Get player stats. No, I need the game. The game is not here. My game is a local instance variable on my main window, and I'm sharing it with others is kind of what I'm doing, but I really feel like it needs to be a singleton pretty soon. It's a local instance for testing because it makes testing easier. Who's calling initialize? Let's initialize the game first. Let's add a parameter here. We're going to call it game. There's my game right there. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to declare property with initializer. All right, so now I've got my game inside of there. I've got game now. That was nice.
Cool.
Okay, so CodeRush helps me out there. Now I can come in and I can say game dot get player from ID, and this is going to change. Okay, so for each player ID, get just working out some other feature ideas in my head. Okay, coming back to you. We're going to do this, declare a new local, call player, and then we're going to say, hey, if we found that player, then we're going to say targets add player dot TaleSpire ID. Okay.
Yep.
The only thing I'm curious about is I'm just not sure if creatures will also contain players in it or not. I don't think it does, but I remember at some point I was thinking about making it. Well, I should just consolidate and simplify.
Yeah.
Yeah. Target is kind of one of these things. Whenever, by the way, so here's the lesson learned. Whenever you've got a really fuzzy idea about what you're building, that architecture is likely to be crap. That's the lesson I've learned. Is that
Okay.
is that everything that I have the least good idea? Oh, you hear that? Screw trap. What are we breaking today?
My mistake. What wasn't a duck? It was a rat.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny. Okay, so we've now got our targets. I'm adding them over here at the end. So we've got, at this point, I think a lot of data is starting to come down into the client. We're almost there.
Yep.
I think we're done. We got all those IDs. We've added, we've got a vector, adding a vector to the target list.
Yep. Now that is currently a pure vector. You have said that you might be adding a volume type and indeed, I guess, scale or factor into that.
Yeah.
You've got a comment, an example comment a bit lower on line 42. Might be worth putting that next to it.
Oh, there it is right there.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Cool.
All right, I think we're done here. I think we're done there for now. I think we're done with that. What's this? Prepare to cast. Dice roll. I'm looking at these notes. These are notes I added, but I'm not. I think I understand them. This is something I still have to do. The magic given. All right, let's declare this. Launch projectile. Okay, so here's what we've got. String. What's the second string? Oh, it's the kind. Okay. And the kind, projectile kind. That's what it is. Projectile kind is there. It's going to be projectile count. That's the speed. I guess maybe I don't need projectile in front of there. Let's make it count. Just keep here kind here as well. Kind. Next, this must be the TaleSpire ID. Nope, it's fire collision event on. Fire collision event on. Launch time variance. If I missed the TaleSpire ID, I didn't send it down. I need to add that. Oops, forgot to use. Well, you know what? It's not simple to go in and add it. Okay. Good. Next. I need something a little bit like this. It's going to be called launch projectile. Now, isn't this a pain in the butt? This is our second level of like abstraction here.
Mm-hmm.
message params. Yeah, it's going to be easier, I think, to work with a string list. We'll just, add them all up here. Message params dot add, effect name, and then we're going to come down to TaleSpire ID. I'm going to hit a coder's issue request because I have a feeling I'm going to ask for a feature in a second. Okay, here we go. I'm using duplicate line. I have selected use the same initializer syntax with the list. Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Cool. All right, sorry. Here's the feature request. I'm here. I duplicated line, typed in that. Look at the parameter order. And now I want to do this. I want kind to be the third one. Is what I want. I want kind right there, and after I duplicate the line, I want the next parameter. I want us to be able to sense that the thing that's changing are the parameters and pick the next one. That's what I want it to be able to do. After that, this should be speed, like that sort of thing. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, that's it. Feature request. Smart duplicate line, infer parameter order, I guess that's what I'm gonna call it. Maybe not the best name for that feature request. All right, let's go look at that syntax initialization we were seeing before. Something like this. So we're gonna say, that looks like it did. That's it, that's sweet. I did not know that at all. Can we actually throw targets in there? Will it append them?
That's interesting. I'm assuming it will attempt to do a toString on each thing because it can inherently become a string that way.
No, I think we're going to need some toString calls here. But what's going to happen with the other one? I'm wondering. No, like if I try to add target in there, is it going to do an add range for me automatically or not? Let's see what happens when we do the targets like that. Doesn't like it. Okay, no worries. Let's call add range. All right, I'm on it. But still, nice job on that. There we go. That's the better way to write that code. Gee, can I get to the key? Okay, so now I've got my message params. Then I'm going to come down. I need to get it to an array. And I think I've got my launch projectile from up above. Intense, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to grab that right there, and we're going to take it down to on the other side of it. Let's go open up that project. Yeah, I feel like I'm like Julia Child making like the most. What was that like a 70-year-old reference I just did to pop culture? I'm in trouble.
It was popular once, right?
She was well known.
Yeah.
What do I got? Oops, not that. It's called what? The launch projectile. Launch projectile. There. And then let's declare it. And now our final.
Got him!
And our final. No, not local. Our final abstraction before we can actually write code. Right? It's like, is anybody like, what the heck, Mark?
There'll be some code here sometime soon, right?
Is anybody angry? That was too fast. It was too soon, Fred. Come on. All right, I'm working on it. Gee. All right. Launch projectile. Here come the args coming in. Now we've got now it's just a nightmare of a situation here. At least we're going to come in with this space. How many args are we expecting? Oh, no, we can't. It's a minimum, but no max. Right? You just can't understand that. Yeah, well, what number are you, Fred? Apparently I can't understand that.
Right, well, as you transition, as we say, to the other side, I will meet you on the other side
See you next
of the
Tuesday.
weekend.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye,
All right, Mark. We'll have a good one, good weekend,
man.
etc. We'll
Goodbye.
see you on the other side.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Ask the chat room.
All right, kids.
Awesome contribution.
We got censored. Yeah. Used to be my. Should I even say that? Probably not. It's technically not bad words, but this is a family show, so I'm not going to say it. I don't know when I'll say it. We'll probably save it for the other show, the Dragon show. Okay, so we're at launch projectile right now. And we've got at least this many parameters that we're sending. Those right there that we have to grab. Okay, these are our parameters right there. Our expected R's count is going to be 1, 2. Hold on, let's put these inside of one of those instead. Okay. You know, I could just declare these right here, like this. I think that can work. Let's do that. I feel like Code Rush is getting quieter and quieter. Yeah, a little bit. Just trying to focus, kids. Okay. So we need expected R's to be at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Expected R's at least 8. Horizontal length is less than 8. It's going to be launch projectile. Hold on, let me see. Alright, kids. Alright, devs, check it out. I've got the option set in Code Rush. This option needs some work. It's the option to autofill auto completion. Insert argument list with all argument stubs. This has got two problems in it. This option, auto completion in Color. Here's the two problems. One is I'm in name of. If I'm in a name of, don't do this. That's just like more work for me to go take this out. See that? That doesn't make sense. That's problem one. Problem two is if I'm, let's say I'm here, and I've already got the arguments filled in to the right, and I come up here and I say that. I don't know about that. I don't think we should do that. If I've already got a paren to the right, it should just give me this without auto-filling it. More times than not, I have to delete that, and I don't like that. Okay, so those are the two problems with two issues with telerush stub parameter stubs. Okay, we will fix that very soon. Okay. All right. We're dog food and code rich kids, in case you're like, what's Mark doing? All right. Expecting to release this many. Launch projectile is there. Next, we need to just go through and grab them all. So we're going to say effect name is going to be args of 0. Spire D is going to be args of 1. Kind is going to be args of 2. Count is going to be get int of args of 3. That's what I'm going to do. Speed is going to be get float. Args of 4. We're going to use that down here as well. And there. And this one is going to be args of 5, 6, 7. Next, we need a for loop. We need to go from 8 to args length. And we need to kind of rebuild the targets. I'm going to do this. I'm going to create a target goods. And I'm also going to create a new list of, I think V3s, vector 3s. Cool. And a new list of vector 3s, which are going to be target locations. Like that. And then I'm going to go figure out which one of these two each one of these are. So we're going to have a method maybe here called add target. Like this. We're going to pass in args of I. And I'm going to pass in target goods and target locations. And we're going to let that method figure out what we're going to do. Okay? Finally, now at this point, I'm going to go in now and I'm going to say TaleSpire dot spell dot launch projectile and we're going to pass all these parameters in. Effect name, no, we're not going to do that. We are going to create a class down here to hold these because, you know, I'm kind of sick of all of this right now. So we're going to come down here, create a new class, call it Projectile args or Projectile options. Like that. And we're going to put all those pieces in it. We're going to do search and replace, look for equals, star dot anything, and replace it with a semicolon, regular expressions applied to selection, go. Okay. All right. Good. And I'm just going to come down here, make all these public, and I think I'm going to just stop it there. So it's just something that I can just, you know, work with the data here. Move type to file, projectile options, come back down over here. We're going to create a new projectile options, like that. Clear local, and then I'm going to come down here. How can I do this? What's the best way to clean all this up? Ah, that was not what I wanted to do. All right. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. All right, sweet. Then we're going to go in here, and we're going to do that, maybe. And now, I don't need to pass those in. And these two, I don't need those lines of code either. Those two are already taken care of in the constructor. Okay? Then I pass in these, and my life gets way simpler. Okay, now, we need to return some stuff here on whether we're good or bad. Is the attach? Play effect, where are you? Play effective position. It's just returning a flat out good no matter what. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to return a good right there no matter what. We're only returning bad if the args are bad. Yeah. I'm going to do that instead. Thinking about that. From implementation of to float and to string is going to be, or to int is going to be very similar. Like that. Okay. So if we're not able to parse, then we return the default value. Otherwise, we return the result if we're successful. That. Nice job, Visual Studio. So this is kind of interesting. This is a feature CodeRush Classic used to have. Visual Studio added it. And the person who wrote this, I'm pretty sure, was Dustin Campbell when he was working for us. If I'm recalling that correctly. And he's on the Visual Studio team now. And I'm wondering if he said, here's how you do it the right way. Okay, good job. Going over to here now, what's left? Add target, launch projectile. So, your target contains comma, and we're going to call add vector. Like that. Otherwise, we're going to call add target ID. No, hold on. I don't think I need any target delete at all. Like this is what I think I'm going to do. So add vector. Do I have a TaleSpire dot convert to vector? I got to a vector DTO. Interesting. Let's create one to a vector 3. Like that. And I'm just going to let this do most of the hard work. Come on. And then I'm going to say return vector DTO dot get vector 3. Like that. Okay. So now I've gotten this add vector to vector 3 of stir. And we're going to, we just need to add that to target locations. So target locations dot add and pop that in there. Okay, good. Everybody happy? Cranking our way through it. Okay, add target creature. That's the next one. Declare method. And we're going to say go to the minis. We're going to say get creature board asset, passing in the stir, which is going to be the, we'll just call this the ID. That should grab it by the world ID. What's happening in here? I want to see what's going on here. I don't like this. It's doing a call to get all. Well, it's not too bad. It's not too bad, actually. I was worried about, you know, we got to do this a bunch of times in a row, but it's really not, I don't think it's going to be a performance issue at all. Okay. You can make it faster, but I'm only going to do it if there's any impact on it. Okay, so now if not null, sweet. Next. See that? This is cool. TaleSpire gives us something called hook hit target, which I think is a vector. It's a transform. Okay, so we're going to go get its position, and that's going to be the piece we want to add. So we're going to say target locations dot add that. And I should probably check to make sure that's not null. So we're going to do that, and if it is null for whatever reason, then we're going to go to, we just have a transform in here? We do. No. I think there's a better way. Get character position dot position. So this code actually takes into consideration, are we flying? What's going on? I'm pretty sure. So character position, and then we're going to ask for get vector 3. How about that? So it's a lot, it's a little bit more involved, but I just don't necessarily trust the transforms position of this. I have a higher level of trust for this because this is actually something designed to be the hit location for when we hit that creature. Okay, sweet. So now I've got a bunch of target locations that are only vector 3s, which is perfect for launching the effect. Okay. Back over here, launch projectile. Finally getting down into the meat of it. Passing those projectile options. Oops. This needs to move down. locally. Where are you, projectile options? Where are you found? TaleSpire Explorer, so just in this main piece right here. I need to put it into, I'm going to add a new folder here. I'm going to call this core. Put that up there. Put both of these up there. Better. Okay. And then we're taking projectile options and we're moving it to core. So now we're down to TaleSpire core. Good. Okay. There's one other thing we need to do. Since we need to track a projectile while it's moving, we need essentially to hook into Unity's update method. Unity's update method is going to be it's not in our here, but somewhere I think it's actually in instances. I've got an update method. I've got an update that's being called. Oh, we're just using a timer here. Camera. Oh, it's just by minute. There it is. Okay, so I've got target.update. Now I want to go into spells and call its update method from here as well. Which doesn't have one yet, but we're going to add it. So this TaleSpire update is called every time Unity calls update in our extension. And so we're just passing it out here. So now we can do some sort of updating and movement of the projectile. The projectile that we track needs to have a spell ID associated with it. It's going to have like a number of effects on it, I think. Yeah, I think we need a new class. I'm going to call it track projectile for now. It's got to have I guess we'll call it the projectile. That's going to be the reference to the game object that's moving. It's going to have a vector 3. It's going to be its target position. I'm liking this architecturally. I'm thinking, oh yeah, we can make this work. It's going to have a source position. It's going to have a move method to get it in the right position based on the time that's passed in. What is time? Hold on. Yeah, it's a global, isn't it? Time.time? Yeah. So you just need a move method without any parameters. Just move. Or update position, maybe better. Like that. You're probably going to need other things like what's going on with the easing, that sort of thing. speed going to be here? I think it will. I think I'm going to throw in some of the other pieces too. No, wait. I don't need target variance. The speed variance, the timing of the launch is separate. Start time. Yeah. So we're going to have a start time. And I think I want an event in here, just a real simple one that's basically target reached. I think. All right, let's move that to its own file. Track projectile. So, my update method, I think, looks like this. No, it's update position. And I think I need to kind of lock this. Although I'm pretty sure these are both going to be coming in only on the UI thread, and so they won't actually be ever on separate threads, or the main Unity thread. I'm going to create a lock object right here is what I think I'm going to do. I'll call this lock track projectiles. We'll do a lock right here with it. And we're going to do a lock here on it. So now we're going to say, okay, projectiles dot add my projectile options. Well, here's what I really need. I need to kind of go into my projectile options here, and I got to look at all my targets. That's the most interesting thing right here, my target locations. I need to do a for each on that. I need to say that my start time is equal to time.time. That's now. At the end of each loop, I got to say start time plus equals projectile options dot time variance. I get random stuff in Unity. I'm forgetting that. Random. Is there math? It's probably under math. Math dot is a random. that enough to do this? Probability need. It needs an int. Okay. Okay. Can I now get is there a between call? There's a range, random range. Okay, I want to get a random number between 0.8 and 1.2. Like that. And that's going to be between 80% and 120%. And I want to multiply that by both this and I want to do the same with my X, Y, and Z to get the actual target location based on the variance there. So I want to create a new vector 3 and I want to say it's equal to a new vector 3 so we're saying location.x plus what's happening here? What are you not liking here? Use random.range. Oh, well, I thought I was looking for that. Okay. I'm going to extract this. Its own method here, so we can just get a little bit less in here. Maybe like that. Okay, hold on. Coder's feature request coming in here for issue. Hey kids, I'm here. Notice the parameter name here is min inclusive. I'm selecting this and I'm choosing promote to parameter. It should at the very least give me a suggestion. Since I've selected the entire expression that is passed in as an argument to another parameter, we should use that other parameter as a default name for this right here. So it should be min inclusive should be the suggestion. That's what I'm looking for here. I'm going to call that a bug for right now. We're going to call this, we don't need the log files for it. Promote to parameter. Argument name. I guess we'll call it that for now. Okay. So we're going to do that. And we're going to do this one. Not seeing promote to parameter there when I select it. Okay, and then this is going to be max inclusive. Like that. Okay, trying to simplify the code like this. So when I say variance, I'm going to get a number between 80% and 20%. No, sorry, 120% is what I mean. Is what I meant. Okay, so that's what we're going to do there. So now I can just come in here and I can say times variance. We're going to say this is going to be, let's see, I'm going to declare a local for this project options dot target variance. So it's target variance times variance. A little weird, but that's kind of what I'm looking at right there. That's going to be Y and Z. And actually, it's just now occurring to me this is a different variance I want to do. So this one, this I want it to be, I'm going to call this one time variance. I'm going to call this one down here distance variance. And distance variance is going to return a number between -1 and 1. That looks good. It feels good. Okay. Wait a second. I think I started a second. Second instance of the drone game. Let me close it down and restart it. There we go. Okay, so here's my distance variance. So that's going to give me the new vector based on what the target variance is. So if that's 0, it'll just be that actual hook location. If not, it's going to be somewhere around that space. Okay, so we've got the vector. Down here now, we want to go into projectiles. We want to add our new projectile. That's what we want to do. So we've got to create a new projectile here, a new track projectile. Yeah, we're okay here. All right, track projectile dot start time is equal to start time. Get rid of that temporary variable right down here. Come down to track projectile again. Dot target position is equal to that. Did I not delete this file? I did not. Make sure they're both the same. They look identical, just gotta delete that. Okay. Good. TaleSpire ID is right there. Okay. No, not quite what I want to do. Okay, I want to do this. I want to factor this, pull it out, create a new method. Really? Coder's was better. All right. All right, let's do that. And I'm gonna put that over in TaleSpire Minis. Like that. Got Jetsam flying in. Holy blocking the code, Jetsam. Get out of here. You having fun? Yeah, I don't know. I'm working my butt off over here, man, just to get some cool effects going. Holy cow. A lot of code we're writing, and slowly getting to a point where we're actually writing code about tracking a projectile as it moves across the board. Okay, so just doing a little bit of refactoring in here. Get target vector inside TaleSpire Minis now. That's where we want to be. I can just do that instead. We could probably let me record a code rush issue here. How you doing, Jetsam? We are so here's the deal, kids. When I hit the code rush key, I don't have an option to inline method and delete. Should be available. And it's not. Inline method and delete is not available. Inline method is not available. Nice, Jetsam. I love it. Yeah, I'm working the devs hard today. Important number of issues here. Okay, so inline method delete's not there. Unknown as to why. I am going to manually inline these methods and delete them. So this code takes a string coming in that's going to be either a GUID or a vector, and it's going to convert it to a vector. If it's a GUID, it's going to go find the mini's hit target location. So typically around the chest area, where the mini will take a hit. Back over to spells. Here's my track projectile. Just going to set some more properties over here. Maybe I don't need to keep the spell ID inside of it. I think I'm making a mistake on there. I don't think it's hid this anymore. I think it's a dictionary of string indexed lists of track projectiles. That's what I think it is. And the dictionary is keyed off of the spell ID. So we're going to say, hey, look, if this dot not contained keys, the projectile options dot. I'm not pass over the spell ID. I didn't. I got to go get that. I need the spell ID. Spell ID's got to come in. Spell ID. I guess I'd throw, where am I going to throw you? I'm going to put you, I guess I'm putting you at a position 8. After target variance. The minargs is now 9. Spell ID is coming in after target variance. Yeah, what of those we can save. It's like, wait, I only want to save one. But, okay. So, target variance is that one. Then we're going to pass in the spell ID, which looks like it's not being passed down here. Alright, the spell ID is probably not here either. Oh, it is. Sweet. That's what I want. Good. So that spell ID is in there. Nice. Okay, that didn't take too much work to fix that. Okay. So spell ID is coming down. Spell ID is there. Now, if the projectiles does not contain it, then I want to say, hey, let's add it. Add it. Oops. Projectile options. Spell ID. And we want to create a new list of track projectiles. Okay. It's a dictionary of lists. Now we're going to be able to come down here. We're going to grab the spell ID. And then we're going to call add on it, and we've got to add our track projectile. So the start time, you need to get its final position. The source position is equal to TaleSpire.minis, we just added it, get target vector, and we're going to pass in projectile options dot TaleSpire ID. This is the caster's TaleSpire ID. This I can introduce, since I'm in a for loop, I can introduce a local for. Did it again. Okay. We're going to call this the source position. We're going to take that and move it up outside of here. Take that. So we've got the start time. We've got the source position. We need the speed. We haven't got the projectile speed yet. Speed is equal to speed. What else do we have in here? We're using launch time variance already. We're using target variance already. We're using target locations already. We're using TaleSpire ID. We're using spell ID already. Speed. Kind. We're not using kind. That's such a happy tune. Okay, so we need to work with kind. We're going to put that as a to-do here. We've got kind, which is a string. These are the two enum pieces we need to worry about. Projectile kind can be one of these. And then we also have projectile options dot fire collision event on, which can be one of first impact, each impact, last impact. You got to work with these two pieces right here. Maybe add another to do, figure out. Easy. Okay. However, at this point though, aside from those two pieces, we get effect name. No, it does not look like I've put in effect name. Is it name? Did I not add it? Maybe I didn't add it. Effect name is equal to okay, that's my effect name. What else did I miss in here? Count. count is something we're going to have to worry about. Count along with kind are both things that we have to deal with. Okay, so now at this point, the data's been theoretically at this point, the data's down below, and we have the data we need to launch the projectile. There's a second component to this, and that second component is coming from this code right here. So when I say at collision, what's going to happen when this play effect comes down, we don't have any support for this yet. When it comes down, if it says at collision, what it's going to do is it's going to bind the spell ID. Basically, it's just going to store it in a list and wait for a collision event to occur. And when a collision event occurs, it'll say, hey, what spell was it? And it'll say, it's this ID. Are you that one? Oh yeah, I'm that one. And it'll play green blast at that target location. So right now, play effect doesn't support at collision yet, but what we need it to do is we need it to hold it and wait for the collision to then explode it. That's what's going on there. Same thing with this down here as well. Ooh, that's problematic. Because we've already got Coda up above in the main app that sets a timer. And what we have to do is if add collision is specified, we ignore this and send that delay data down. Shoot. Could have simplified the whole thing architecturally if I didn't have the foresight to see this yesterday. Okay. So that's a second component. We'll have to work on that. Okay, so we are adding the projectiles to the list. And we've got our update mechanism right in here. This is going to be in projectiles.values, I think. Or maybe we should change this to keys. The real Pie God says, is that like fruit trees? The best time to rewrite was last year. The second best is now. Yeah, should have rewritten it yesterday. It was not last year, it was yesterday. I want to change this to all projectiles. Yeah, we'll get to it. I don't think it's going to be too bad. And then we'll call this one down here just spell projectiles. And then I want to do a for each on all of those. And that's when I want to call update position. And I think that's the block of code we're looking at there. Right there. That's it. That's what our update method looks like. Okay, finally, update position. I need a Boolean here that says whether it's been created or not. And that's gonna default to false. And we're gonna say, hey, if not created and start time is greater than time, then we need to create. Let me go back and make sure I'm setting start time appropriately. Start time is equal to start time. Yeah, looks like I am. Okay, so to be clear what happens, we call launch projectile, passing in the options. We set the time to start time, set the start time to time. We go through. This should happen after this. And for each target location, we set this up. Ooh. Yeah, this count is the thing we're not using yet. But basically, it's not only for a location, but I might want to have multiple projectiles all going after that location as well. Count. I think we can write the code for this almost right now, at least the one with kind. So we're going to say if kind is equal to each target. If it's equal to each target, then we need to do that, which I'm going to call add projectile, like that. Passing in the start time, the source position, and the location. Sweet. Oops. This was supposed to be outside of that. And it looks like this. If we're equal to each target, then we want for each. Now I want a for loop, I think. Count. Like that. So if it's each target, then I've got, for each one, I want 3 to hit each target. I'm going to launch 3 more projectiles and change the start time right here. The plugin says pew, 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 pew. Go magic missiles. And I think I want, yeah, I think I want this. So I'm going to shoot 3 off like this, 1, 2, 3. The other one I'm going to shoot 3, but I don't want to do 1, 2, 3, and then the second one after this third one goes. I want to do 1, 2, 3, and the second one I want to start off around somewhere in the middle of that space, I think is what I want to do. So what I think I want to do is I want to say save start time is equal to start time, and then at the end of the loop I want to say start time is equal to start time plus save start time divided by 2. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, and then this one will go 1, 2, and in the middle of that one, the next one will go 1, 2, 3. Is what's going to happen. So, because after we launch these 3 all coming from here to here, then we find the middle point of that now. Yeah, that'll all work. Add that to it. What if this is count is 0? Well, count's always at the very least going to be 1. That'll go there. Yeah, I think that's going to work. That feels like that's going to give them the right feel as they go out. Okay. So we've been writing code for almost 3 hours now, and we've not tested anything yet. I just want to point that out. Now, if the project kind is not equal to each target, the other options are to volume and distribute among targets. So if it's equal to distribute among targets, then I need a variable called like missiles left, missiles remaining. S3 Bastions, Sebastians. Hello, Sebastians. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? We are working. We're hacking into TaleSpire. We're creating effects. We're trying to get projectile effects moving right now. And I've just done a whole bunch of work from above, working our way down, getting the data down into TaleSpire, so we can actually have multiple projectiles moving and traveling. But it says bonk. Yeah, that's what we're working on. So missiles remaining, I'm going to set this equal to my projectile options.count in case, because a couple ways we can use count. Right now we can use count as how many hit each target or how many in total, that sort of thing. Murky gets frustrated when Roy's not around. Yeah, Roy's not here with us. Are you forced to use strings as enums for some reason? Yeah, I am. At least that's kind of what I've chosen to do down here below. I can only send strings across. I could redeclare the string, the enum down here at the bottom part, but I haven't done that yet. This is the first time I'm actually coming into using it, but the data's coming down as a string. Republican says, oh, I was confused as to how they would be staggered in a for loop, but I'm understanding it's actually pushing onto a queue. Kind of. What we're doing is we're just figuring out, the real key part of this whole thing is figuring out when the effect starts. Then we're putting them in a list, and the list is going to be checked during the update. And if it's time to start, it'll start it. And then once it's started, it'll calculate its position. And then once it's ended, it'll say, I'm done, and then at some point we'll clean it up. Not done yet either. Still haven't tested any of this code to make sure it works. Got your fingers crossed. If you believe in that, I'm like, hopefully we'll get this whole thing so it'll actually work like on the first try. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? Okay, so there's a secondary option here. Yeah, I know, I get the question. The question leads me to, yeah, did I blow it already? Should I convert it? Should I redeclare the enum down in this separate project? Because the architecture of this is that, yeah, first try. The architecture of this is such that this project is low level, and it's talking to an app that's got a high level app and a low level component as well to it. So in that other app it's talking to in this low level part over here, that doesn't have any reference to this piece down here. But there's data from down here that goes up and then across down over here. That's what's happening. This is the TaleSpire plugin. This is a WPF application that's watching and listening to chat events and things like that, and sending over commands. You know, the players just hit a button on the stream deck, they're casting a spell. That's how it works. So because of that, I haven't copied over yet the enum, but I think I'm going to do it because your question just, you got me with the question, so let's do it. We have two enums that we're passing across. One is this one right here, and I literally have to, because because these two low-level pieces don't depend on each other, and I don't want any kind of cross pollution there, I have to copy these enums across. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll throw them over here. Do something like this, and we'll grab the other one. Projectile kind is the second piece. It's this one. Let's move that to its own file. Let's move that to its own file. All right, do I have a conversion thing here? There we go, look at that. So we're gonna just do the same thing that we did with the others. Grab that one. I'm just gonna change that to stir. Thought I was on a rename right there. And then we're gonna do the same thing here. And we're going to duplicate that. And this one is going to be not target volume, projectile kind. So projectile kind, there we go, like that. And so now we've got these two pieces, much better. Yeah, I feel better all of a sudden. Thanks, Sebastian. Sebastian just saved me. Thank you.
Great suggestion.
All right, to projectile kind. So now what I want to do is go over into modding utils when I'm parsing all of this, and I want to do this. Like that. And then I want to change this from a string to, what is it, projectile kind. Is it down at the very bottom? No, fine. Type it in, projectile kind. Okay, that's projectile kind. This one is that one. And so this one is going to come in and be like that. Okay, cool. Everybody happy now? Everybody's getting happier. I know I am. So now we're gonna do this. Yeah, the downside is I had to copy it and have it in two different places, but what was this before? Each target? Yeah. Okay. So if we're equal to each, target, you're not happy yet, Pudding? What? Seriously? Best dance move you got? That's it? Come on, Fred. When we get Rory's fanfare, maybe I will. It was a fun game of guess the acronym. Is it in case what is it? In case you missed it. Yeah. I think that's it. In case you missed it. Yeah. So just so you can see what's going on here, I got TaleSpire over here on machine number 2. This is what's going on. We want to be able to fire projectiles from one player to another. These are some spell effects that I'm, we'll probably hook up next week. This is for gaseous form right here, kind of cool. So we just need more Rory, that's all. Yeah, Rory's a good guy. I cannot deny that.
Cool story, bro.
Mic volume get quieter? Maybe. Let's turn it up just a bit. Check. That looks better. How's it feel, guys? Good for you? Okay. So we also have to support projectile kind. Well, there's another option in here. Might as well deal with the second option. 2 volume. So 2 volume we can't really do yet. Cannot project to volume yet. We need to know the shape. I'm going to worry about that later. So I'll just put an error message in there for now. Then otherwise we're down here in project kind dot something. Each target. Nope. Distribute among targets. So if we're distributing among targets, that's when I want to come down in here and I want to say, well, okay, we just added a projectile, so we're going to subtract missiles remaining right there. And then I want to say, hey, look, if missiles remaining is equal to 0, maybe less than or equal to 0, peaking a little bit, thanks for that. Check, 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 check. Okay, how's that? Dropping it, whoops, dropping right there. I'm in the yellow range. Thanks, Pygon. Okay, great. Cool. Missiles remaining is less than or equal to 0, then we're just going to break out a loop. So we're only going to launch as many as it was that we're saying there, that we're specifying to send out. Okay, okay. I think this code is maybe going to work right there. That feels correct to me. My update position, nothing is done here yet. So here, update position. If we have not created yet, I don't like the name of this. Already created. And start time is greater than the time. So we've hit the time we're supposed to start. Then we want to create. So we're set to, whoops, we're going to set to true. Jeez, can I get my fingers there? All right. Already created is true. And now we need to create. I think we're going to go to TaleSpire.effects. What am I doing in spells? Dot. I think I can go with play affected position. It needs a vector. Effect name, we've got that here. Spell ID, we do not have that here. All right, we're going to have to add spell ID. I was debating whether we should add it or not because it was like already in the key that we're indexing it with, but we're going to come in here and say spell ID is equal to effect options dot spell ID. All right, so now track projectile, spell ID, and then we want the at position is going to be source position, and we need that in a vector DTO. All right. So that hopefully is that going to return the game object? It does not. So let's modify it so it does actually return the game object. Now, get spell is called here, and as I recall, oops. If its lifetime is specified, it adds it to the temporal list and gets rid of it. These are missiles that are not going to have a lifetime. So lifetime will be 0. That's the only thing I need to worry about right there. So we're converting that to a function right there. Play affected position. Now I can come in here and I just want to say projectile is equal to that. So now I'll have its location and I can now move it. That's part of the deal, what I want to try and do here. Let's rename this feet per second. Is that all we need to do? That may be it for here. So if not already created, I think think we're going to divide this into two different conditionals. Here's we need to create it. Otherwise, Otherwise we need to say, let's get out. We haven't created yet, and it's not time to create yet. We don't need to do anything else. Now, maybe I do this. That feels better to me. That's much better. Okay, if we're not already created, then we create it, and there's our projectile. Now, at this point, we need to figure out where this goes. We also need to record, no wait, we have our start time already recorded. So now we need to figure out where our time is, what our time is. Okay. So, I think I can do this. I think I can have an expression that says my target position minus my source position. That's my dogs thinking that they're onto something. Target position minus source position. And I think I can take both of those and I think I can normalize that. Which I think brings it to a magnitude of 1. If I'm... Wait, doesn't normalize return something? No?
Surly Dev is in the house.
Surly Dev! Pumpkins! Break out the drone spotter. Surly Dev just showed up. How you doing, Surly? He's got his drones. Normalize does not return something. I think normalize on a vector 3 makes it exactly one length, 1 unit long. Let's see if I can find some confirmation of that. Unity, vector, normalize. Drones are in the house. Yeah, length is 1. Keeps in the same direction, length of magnitude of 1. Sweet, that's what I want. Okay, so it modifies that vector. Okay, so I need to call that in a second. First I need to introduce a local. So we're going to say, call it direction. This could be a field variable. Nope, not parameter, sorry, I need this to field, like that. So we're going to say direction is there, and we're going to say direction dot normalize. Okay, good. So now we've got a unit 1 pointing in the right way. Pudding says, I have a new question. How did you make it so drones mimic you, but the spam doesn't show on the screen? Do you want to answer that, Surly? Okay, so Surly's answering it that way. I created a separate, no, that's not it either. I created a separate channel called Drone Commands. So if you go to twitch.tv/drone commands, pretty sure that's, if you go out there, I don't know what's going on. It looks like I just thought launch and it just happened. It really does seem like Surly's correct in his assertion that there is such a thing. Don't spoil the magic. All right, fine. That's all I do. Is I spoil the magic. That was my stripper name. Spoil the magic. All right. So what do we got? Where are we? Anybody keeping track of what's going on? Okay. So we've got a direction here. So now I want to take this, turn it out, call it create projectile. All right, so we haven't created, we're going to create the projectile. Now at this point, we need to figure out where to put it. So we want to get, its position should be at start position, source position rather, source position plus direction times speed times, whoops, oh yes, that's right, speed feet per second times seconds since start, I think. Hold on now. That's feet per second, but we need to convert that into tiles. To tiles, feet to tiles. Like that. Wait, what's going on? What is it not like? What's feet to tiles coming back with? That should be a float. That's good. Second since start, we just don't have that. Let's get that. VF. Second since time start is equal to time minus start time. That should be a float. Okay. Now, this should be able to be a, there we go. New position. Capsicat has just followed. Thanks for that, Capsicat. Appreciate that. Pudding says hacks. The whole thing is, this whole show is a hack, right? That's all it is.
Hack.
That's what's going on.
Wow. Just wow.
I know. All right. New position is there. Now we need to get it in the new position. So I think I'm just going to say, what's my game object? It's called what? Projectile. We say projectile dot transform dot position equals new position. All right, here's where we're going to get a little bit clever, I think. So this is going to be feet traveled, like this. When we create the projectile, we're going to figure out how many feet we totally need to travel. So what we'll be able to do is figure out how far. Now, right now we're traveling in a straight line at a constant velocity, but I want it to be able to arc in a Bezier and get there. I think this code is still going to all work, but you know, be aware that the final direction may require some tweaking. The final destination may require some tweaking to this code that we're writing right now. Okay. So here, this is my direction right here. This direction dot magnitude. This is my distance in tiles, because Unity's measurement, or TaleSpire's measuring using Unity measurements where they have one tile, and in one tile it's 5 feet. Those are the D&D rules. So distance in tiles is going to be that, at this point, direction dot magnitude. And I want to have create something like this: total travel distance in feet is equal to convert dot tiles to feet. And I want to declare that as a field. So now, feet traveled, if feet traveled is greater than total travel distance if feet in feet, if that's the case, then trigger collision. Like that. And I think at this point I want to destroy this. I think I just want to flat out destroy it. So it's like, what is it? Unity engine dot game object dot destroy projectile. And then I want to set projectile to null. And so now we're down here. If we haven't already created, we create the projectile, and right here I'm going to say, hey, if projectile is equal to null, then we're get out. And we're done with this. We need to set some other piece here ready to delete, maybe? Because we need to clean this up. And I'm going to set this equal to true right here. Trigger collision. That's to be written. Trigger collision code. The cool thing is we're getting really close to having all the code we need to make all of this work, I think. The next bits will be, should go a little bit faster, I think, than what we've got. That's it. Okay. Game object dot destroy. Okay. Ready to delete. We're not using that yet. Hold on a second. Let me plant some flowers here. Looks like somebody shut down the engines. Let's get those out. Let's get some flowers over here. All right. All right. So I'm trying to figure out how to clean these up right now. I'm just thinking about that. How do I want to do this? It's happening in the update. I think I need a new dictionary of track projectiles to track what I want to delete. So if track projectile dot ready to delete, then we want to say, hey, if delete these dot contains key, if it doesn't contain the spell ID, then we're going to add it. No, no, no. Shoot. Is that going to work? Yeah, it actually will work. That'll be cool. All right, cool. So I just need to bring in, add the track projectile. That's cool. All right, so I do the first for loop on all of those projectile keys, and we update them. That's what we do. We add the delete these. Then we check to see at the end, over here we say keys. Not if you have 3 projectiles for the same spell. All a magic missile. Oh shoot, of course, because I can't get 2 of these in. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. You're right. Yeah, I don't know why I was all excited that that was going to work. I think my brain is numbing itself out here. We'll say we want a new list of that. Do you need the dictionary though? Why not just a list? Well, I need to know, I need 2 things in it. I need the spell ID so I can go back into my all projectiles and get the right thing, and then from that remove it. Oh, wait. Here's a faster way though. I think I can do this and this will be totally cool. No one will be mad or upset. And by that I mean no problems modifying while I'm iterating. I can take this and move it here. Right here. And then I can say, and this can be my list now. At this point, it's just a list. Sorry, not of delete these. I mean of track projectiles is what I want. Like that. And then all I have to do is just come down here. It's so much simpler if we do it this way. We delete as we're going through the main loop on the outside, right? So at first I was like, well, I don't want to, while I'm going through the loop, I can't modify it. But what I'm doing is I'm going through a loop, going through another loop, but after I go through the loop in the middle, I'm going to go through and delete at the end, because now I think I can delete these no problem, because this one is a list. So right here, I should be able to just call remove on all of those pieces and everything should be good, because I'm not iterating right now in this moment and I'm outside iterating through a dictionary. So I know I feel like I didn't explain that very well, but I think it's going to work. So we're going to say, so what do you just do, a for each on that? And that should work even if there's no entries in it, I think, with no errors. Yeah. All right, what do you think about that, Coding Gorilla? Thumbs up. Just in case, so we'll make sure that for each works well there. Okay, cool. So I think we've got cleanup now. I feel like it's almost like it's time to start building and testing and seeing what we can do with that. So let's go over here. The mouse doesn't seem to be moving. There we go. All right. Okay, close that down. Come over here. Let's do a build at least. How's our build go? Okay, rebuild all succeeded. Now, if it doesn't work, we have no debug messages. So I guess we'll see if it works or not, and then we'll go to get the debug messages in after that. Just thinking about what spell I want to use. I think I got it. And we can set breakpoints up above. So we can set breakpoints in the D&D app and run it from here. So we can kind of see what's going on from above here. It would be nice to have. I'm going to add just a couple. Say effect name. So we'll do that. So we see when things are being removed. When we create, we'll come in here and we'll do a creating projectile. And we'll pass in spell ID, I guess. Maybe better just do effect name. Be a little simpler for right now. Effect name. Did I get seconds? I'm just now starting to be concerned. Did I get in tracked projectile? Did I get seconds since start correctly? Yeah, I think I did. There it is right there. Seconds since start. Time minus start time. That'll be in seconds. Pretty sure about that. Okay, if everything, okay, so I think I've got a couple messages there. Update position. Let's do this. Dare we do this? Send out that many debug messages? Why not? Let's also send out total travel distance in feet when we calculate it. So we can see how that looks as well. That should be some really good information to send out. Did you ever compute the endpoint? I saw you create a property for it. I never saw the code though. Not really. All I do is this. I say target position minus source position to get the direction. And then I calculate the total travel distance in feet, and I check to see how far we're traveling each time we do the update. And once I say, so I know we're going in that direction. Look, I don't know if it's going to work or not, Coding Gorilla. I'm just writing code, man. Target reached, not yet been triggered. That's the second part. Trigger collision and corresponding effects that are waiting to fire. Okay. All right. So let's build this one more time. Rebuild the solution. Rebuild all succeeded. Starting up TaleSpire. Let's go to the D&D app. Let's start it up. And I need to find a spell that this will work on. And we could mess with Entangle, because Entangle does have a target. Yeah, I'm thinking about messing with entangle. And we have to get an effect to actually fire off as well. That'll be nice too. Do I have already... I was looking for something that I could move, but I don't have anything here that I can move. Got... Sorry, not there. Add prefab. Meteor spinning. R1 meteor spinning. Where are you? Oh wow, it's moving. That's maybe not going to help. I need something staying in one position. So maybe not that. Let's do this. Let's come over here. We can go through the effects much faster to find one that can be useful. Okay, so we're looking for like a fireball kind of effect. Something that's just holding still. That one doesn't count because it's moving. I need to, there's a script or something associated with that. Same there, problematic. Well, we could do that. I'm looking for, I want more of a, just a ball so we have a better sense of what the, that would be cool moving. These are mostly explosives right here. Nope. Yeah, it's funny. I could actually just create a sphere as well. Some of these effects are going to look just so awesome. All right. That one's gorgeous. Ooh, is that it? Fireball small. R4 fireball small. That's the effect I want. R4 fireball small. Okay, that's the effect. What spells do I have? Well, you know, we could do this back to, let's go back to Little Cutie. Little Cutie, if we look just at the spell we've been working on, Entangle. This green blast at collision doesn't, the at collision is just, I don't know what's going to happen here with that. It's just, I don't think not going to work. I think it's launch projectile is what we have. Let's hide the scroll. So we're going to launch the projectile. The name is R4 Smart Fireball Small. Kind of it, do I want to do each target? Distribute among targets. Number of projectiles to launch, 4. Average speed, 22 feet per second. When to fire the collision on each impact. All right, so we're just getting some data in there. And I think that's it. That's what I'm gonna do. So let's cast that and see what happens. So if we go down over here, somewhere in here we've got little cutie, I think. I don't see her character. Switch over there so you can see it. Where are you, little cutie? I don't see you. Let's drop you down. Little cutie. Okay, there's little cutie right there. I'm going to hit little cutie's spell Entangle. We're going to grab a location right over here, and I'm going to hit Cast Spell. And I got a null reference exception. Sad. Over here, target is null. Cool. That's actually kind of cool. If target is not null, then we're going to do that and this. Okay. Absolutely, that's a possibility. It could be potentially not set. Okay. And then now we're going to launch. Do you see anything on the other side? Nothing on the other side at all. And what do we have? So we get to this point where we're going to set up, do the fireball clone small. Let me do this, since I'm just acknowledging that this is hard to read. Let's copy that. Let's bring it. We got some effect that played over here. Let's bring it over here into an instance of Notepad. So we got creating projectile, target with these parameters. That's all we got. Let's see if we can figure out why. What's interesting is we're not getting the update, the data from the update. So what did we see? We saw 2 projectiles that we were creating. Wait. Yeah. It's coming twice here. What's going on with update? Yeah, so TaleSpire update is called. Target update, spells update should totally be called. Try throwing that out, see what other pieces of information we can get. All right, I'm going to shut down TaleSpire on the secondary machine. And rebuild. Successful. Launching. So we're calling launch projectile, R4 fireball small, distribute among all targets for each impact. Should have only one target in there. There's a little cutie right there. Entangle, cast spell. Okay, let's go see what we got out here. I got waiting to create. A ton of waiting to create. So it looks like we're just not getting the start time in there. Okay, let's close that down and see if we can debug that and figure out what's going on with the start time on that. Switch back over here. Some tracked projectile, I think, is where we want to be. All right, if start time is greater than time, then we're waiting to create. I hate it when that happens. All right. Oh, that's in the D&D app. Hold on a second. I want to close that down. Go to the other one. Here we go. Yeah, I should be better. All right. So start time is greater than time we're waiting to create. That's probably my big problem right there. Rebuild solution. Starting TaleSpire. So you can be careful like crazy and just miss something like that. All right, let's see if we can see something moving this time. All right, entangle. Give it to me right there. Go. Ah! Look at that! Why is it shooting off to the side there? One fireball went right across to the target space. That was cool. Oh wow! It's like the target, it shot it over there. Why did the targeting get off? The target was off. So it put it over there. That's weird. Let's try that again. I wonder if it's let's go. Yeah, the first one and then the second one goes. And are we going to see it disappear over here on the left? I think we will when I add 10 minutes to it. No, it's over here. Okay. Why did the second one go off there? It's pretty close. By the way, the reason it says failure is because there's nobody to do a saving throw in that space. Or to take this guy and move him right around over here, come back in and do entangle, get him inside that space, and fire.
19 plus 7.
Get a,
Success!
some sort of roll comes out there apparently. There it is right there. Why is that next target all wrong? We need to look at the targets. I think that's what we need to do. We need to figure that out. Everything else is seemingly pretty good. And why only 2? Shouldn't it be 4? Oh yeah, good point. I got so excited by seeing it actually go through space. All right, let's see what we have in the log over here too. That could be us. Feet traveled. All right, so feet traveled seems to totally be working. Yeah, you can see the total travel distance in feet is different for both of the projectiles. All right, so for feet traveled, we don't need, this looks like that code is working. We don't need to debug that. This looks correct too. I think I know what's happening. It's the place it's going to is 0, 0. It's the origin. It's the origin on this board. 0, 0 is right here. It's right there. It's like underneath that guy. That's 0, 0 right there. That's the origin. So it's going towards the origin. What's up with target position? So my theory is target locations has got some bad data in it. And I suspect it's right here that we're adding an empty string. And so 2vector3 is coming in and saying, well, it's going in here. It does this, gets all zeros. And we would have seen a log error though. Do we see a log error? No, this is the previous test. So we don't see an error, which means that theory of like an empty string or bad data getting in there is not great. All right, let's do this. We need to see it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, that's what I think I'm going to do. Provide a little bit more insight into what's happening here. Do we need to take a look at I'm wondering if this is related. Missiles related, missiles remaining. Let's send out missiles remaining as well. Okay, let's do rebuild. All succeeded. Starting up.
Mother of pearl.
All right, there we are again. Entangle. Cast spell. Got 2, as usual.
16 plus 7. Success.
So we got 2 coordinates coming in. We have one that's a person. And we have another that is a sort of set of coordinates. Who is this person 262? Let's see if we can find him. Let's copy all of that. Open it up in Notepad. Cannot find 262. I think this is right, and I think this is wrong. Let me copy this a second. I'm just going to take all of this, paste it in here. Let's grab just this part. Copy that. Let's see if it occurs anywhere else inside of here. Add target. Okay. So that TaleSpire ID is potentially coming from up in this space here, like right around here. Set a breakpoint there, and let's repeat the steps. Okay. Target has only one in it, and it's just these coordinates, basically negative 16, 0, 3. So target's only sending one thing in that string. So something is going on with the spell ID. Did I fail? Oops, I hit F10. Did I fail to get spell ID? That's what's happening. I think I know what's going on. Wait, am I wrong? No, wait, I know where it is. It's not here. It's the spell ID is what it's using. Okay.
9 plus 7.
Was that your ID? The list you searched didn't have players. Just curious. Yeah, Pygon, that was the spell ID. Coding Gorilla says there's that spot where you build all the message params where you added something else to the list. Remember the for loop? It's the for loop. It has a hard starting position. It's over here in modding utils. Launch projectile. It's here. See that? That's our problem. I need to change that to min args. Remember we added one arg to it? Okay. So let's shut down and rebuild. One more time. So 2 tiny mistakes out of all that code we wrote, and it's relatively good functionally, right? We're actually getting it to travel across. Okay, everything succeeded on the rebuild. Start up TaleSpire. Close that down. Yeah. Yeah, we added an additional parameter, that guy there, and I forgot to increment the starting point right there. Now it'll at least be synced up with this. So if I add another one and I increment that to 10, this will still work here to adding the targets. The problem is we're just sending strings across and trying to convert the strings, you know, to something useful. And the other component to this that I did not explain, but when we go in, I think it was up here. Is it here? Projectile options here. When we go to get the hit target vector and we pass in what looks like a GUID to it, it tries to get here, and this all fails because it's null, so it returns 0. That's why it was shooting off to 0. Okay, so with those changes, now we would expect at least both missiles to come here. We still have a question, so why 2 instead of 4? But maybe this will all kind of fix it. Let's see. Entangle, cast spell, 1. Maybe there might have been 2 there.
7 plus 7.
And then we're getting this null ref exception too. In update position. So that could also have something to do with it. Let's go track this one down. Although now are we only getting 1? Missiles remaining 4. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling, this is potentially related to the problem. So we can track it down. Update position. Okay. Update position. There's my null ref. Oh, that's totally it. From here to here. Okay. Still doesn't explain why we only have a few coming in here. So that's my null ref. Pretty sure about that. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. Missiles remaining 4. And this is all just other stuff. So we need better tracking in the loop in launch projectile. Okay, let's go find launch projectile. Get some better data in there. Did I get a for each target in here? It's distributed among all targets. Oh, I think I see what's going on. We've only got one location. Missiles remaining is there. Is this a regular thing at this hour? Never noticed I usually go to bed at this time. It's not. I'm like, I've just written a ton of code and I'm just now testing it. So I'm like, my mind's kind of wrapped on it and I can't quite withdraw. Not quite a regular thing. I should break out soon. Here's the problem. We've got a for loop. We've got one target location and we have missiles remaining right here. What we kind of need to do is we need to say, I think I want to say while, oh man, missiles remaining is greater than 0. I'm leaning in this direction. But now I've got to make sure missiles remaining gets cleaned up just in case. While missiles remaining is greater than 0, and my project, my project options.kind is equal to distribute among all targets. While that's true, or maybe this is or. It's not equal to that. So while this or that, then we go in here and is this going to work or not? No. Hold on. Yeah, I've got two very different ways of doing this. This is going to get me into trouble, and it's hard to read this code. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to extract this to its own method. We're going to call this launch missiles. Like this. So we do it once. Then we're going to check to see, hey, if project options.kind is equal to projectile kind.distribute among all targets and missiles remaining is greater than 0, or maybe I try the while here. So we get one off for sure, and then we continue if we have missiles remaining. Got a P for pudding coming in. There's the letter P for pudding. Look at the drones coming in perfect drone formation. Look at those guys. P for pudding. Fred? Fred? Looks like you've got your hand on the button. Don't push that button, okay? For Fred. Fred, no, don't push it. Seriously? No respect on this show. P for food. Last month has got a question regarding the lock. I know it's used for concurrency programming, but I always wonder, how is it guaranteed that only one thread actually locks? Can't two threads check at the same time? Yeah. Both don't find like both try to lock at the same time. I don't know how that works actually. But the answer is it works. I'm pretty sure about that. Is that the locking mechanism probably is going through a third thread, is my guess. And that third thread says only lets one thing in at a time to ask the question. That's how I think it's solved. Pudding says they can't check at the same time, only one will lock. Second one will try, and it will fail. Look up a critical section. It's basically the same thing. Hold on, let me put you on hold a second, guys. Got a call coming in. So I think there's a shot this is going to fix it. I get nervous whenever I write a while loop. We have to make sure that missiles remaining gets decremented inside of launch missiles. It must. So distribute among all targets. That's this option right here. And just to force it in and to make the code easier to find, I'm going to say else if this is equal to that. So we know we're guaranteed a decrement in their missiles remaining. All right, that's what I'm going to try to do. All right, so we're closing down TaleSpire on the second machine, rebuilding on the first machine. Rebuild all succeeded. I agree with you, Fred. Let's do this. TaleSpire on second machine starting up. Switching over.
Won't be pretty.
It'll be pretty.
Excuse your face, sir.
It's gonna be good, kids.
Sick burn.
No, it won't be a sick burn. It's gonna be a good burn. It's gonna be that good kind. Here we go. Starting up on the second machine. Looks like I switched to it, but it's not switched over yet. Why is that? Are we in a breakpoint? Not in a breakpoint. Sometimes there's a delay in terms of communicating stuff. Let's switch to both screens so you can see that. Get out of the function on the same core since they're never executed simultaneously, but on two different cores they should be able to try and access at the same time or not. I don't know for sure. I'm going to say probably not. It's, I would say, highly unlikely that this whole thing would, you know, if there was any risk of this not working. So, okay. Little cutie, spells, entangle. Something's wrong with the performance over here. What's going on? Not sure what's happening here. All right, there we go, smoother. All right, hitting cast spell. And it goes right to where the target was. But only one.
+7. Failure.
What happened? Missiles remaining. Well, the good news is we actually did create 4. The total travel distance in feet was the same for all of them. The start time was off. The start time was probably the same for all of them. Let's go figure that out. See if we can figure out the start time. Get that going right. I feel like we're almost done here for the day. The start time is here. Start time is equal to the start time plus project launch variance. My launch time variance is not set to 0, I think. It may not be a code thing, or is it? Wait. Average speed, number of projectiles, it's another property. Average time between launches, this is what we need. 0.2. Average distance for the target to the projectile, we're going to just keep the 2. That's what we need right there. And I think that'll fix it. Let's see if that does. Coming over to TaleSpire, casting the spell. There you go.
1 +7. Failure.
Shoot it over here. Oops. Oh, because it's already running. All right, kill it. Let's do it over here. Okay, so we did it. Not bad. Not bad. The at collision. We still need to make this work. There's going to be some clever code making that work. The other option is last target position. Is that what it was? At collision. Last target position. Let's do this instead for now. Add collision will change just to take a look at it. Make those 2 changes. Come over here. Do it. Oh, we're running. Spell's running. We gotta turn it off. Okay, one more time. Here we go. So this is a little closer to what it might look like. So we need to get the timing right on that.
8 plus 7. Failure.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. I'm going to just give it like about 2 seconds to go across so we can get something that looks a little bit closer. Just making a couple changes over here. I just modified that to 2 second delay and this to 2 2.25, 2.8 seconds like that. And good. Let's go back over to TaleSpire machine, advance the spell forward. And now we'll do it again. Entangle, cast it right over there. It's not bad.
7. Failure.
It is not bad. All right, we get those blasts coming over there. We get the color in sync. We get all of that. Let's get rid of the spell. Not bad, especially considering the fact that TaleSpire doesn't support spell effects, right? At all. So I'm sitting here going, hitting the Entangle on the stream deck, choosing the area, hitting cast spell, shooting across the fireballs. They hit, it comes up. It's not bad considering we have no source code to the product. All right, with that, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. We'll get a raid going. Who are we going to send you to? Until the next release in which all your code will break and the spell effects will be built in. Yeah, maybe. You never know. C# Fritz. We'll send you over to C# Fritz. Kids, thanks so much for hanging out with us today. That was kind of fun. And we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Kids Code. I want you to have a good day, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow and or Tuesday. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks, Cody Gorilla. Thanks, Surly Dev. Oh, he's ending? If he's ending, then I will not do it to Fritz. I will send you over to Obada. We'll do that again. Thanks so much, Surly Dev, for that. And we're sending you to Obother in 3, 2, 1.